Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate! I'm hoping I didn't jump scare anybody there. Oh man, I'm stupid. Alright, welcome to Planet Coaster 2, as always. Today we're gonna be jumping in the tropical park, messing around, coming up with some new stuff. Dino Dukes, how are ya? It takes longer and longer every time to load into this park. Is that a sign that I probably have too many things in this park and it's time to do something else? What oh, hold on. What in the world? That was a weird bug. I kept trying to pan around and it was really delayed. I'm like, is my mouse setting off or something all of a sudden? And, all of a sudden it snapped in, so. Hey, Darkhound Doom, how are ya? Oh, okay. It's starting to just feel a little bit bugged. I was gonna say, please don't fail on me. So, those of you that are in the Discord, I did post a poll seeing what the potential interest for a stream tomorrow night. Now, of course, that is New Year's Eve. I think a lot of people are probably going to be pretty busy, and I understand that. But I am planning on being here. Since I posted, I did make the decision to not go to Carowinds. I'm not gonna hassle. I've got to be up at 6:30 in the morning, or close to that, to go to work. And then I'll be trying to get up to the park between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. And I'm not staying past midnight and driving 2 hours home. And I don't want to fiddle with having to get a hotel. So, I'll be here at the house tomorrow. So I'll be able to do a stream. But I'm just kind of curious if people are going to be around for it. Because if everybody's going to be busy, then I'm not gonna, you know, put on a big show or anything like that. But if people are gonna be around, I'd be happy to. I did look, and Carowinds is actually open through Saturday this weekend. So what I'll probably try to do is go Friday or Saturday for a while. And then the park will be closed until the middle of March. So that'll be my last opportunity to ride coasters. With the exception of if I plan a trip back down to Florida to go to Busch Gardens Tampa and SeaWorld Orlando again. Hey Shem, how are ya? New Year's Eve is already here, but I am good. Ah, nice. Yeah, you're what, 18 hours ahead of me? Probably going to be free for New Year's. Alright, well, if you're around, I'll try to put some sort of a stream together. Now, I did float the idea of doing a different game, and I got a late... Not late, I mean, this is about a normal start time for me, but I did not get an early start to the stream today. So It doesn't really make much sense. I reckon you'll be around as well, Shem. Nice. So, maybe tomorrow, because I know I'll be getting off work a little bit early. I do have to go to the grocery store. No, I'm not going to delete that right now. It's kind of a weird... No, you know what? I am. We're going to redo this over here anyway. I have to go to the grocery store, do a few things around the house, but there's the possibility I'll kick off an early stream. And even if I don't, if I do start close to my normal time, I'll probably be on late. So I would really like to try to stream a different game at first, and maybe jump into some PC2 after that, or vice versa. I'm not sure. And no, it will not be Microsoft Flight Simulator. But I really need to get back into that. My priorities in gaming and streaming right now have just been kind of out of sorts. Alright. Anyway, I've been rambling for several minutes and complaining about the game, doing weird things, and then just looking around. Alright, the biggest thing that we did yesterday, we added this absolutely beautiful family gravity group Woody that Jimper's built. He did a fantastic job with it. And the line is... okay, it's actually thinning out now, but it was backed up out to here before. And I think we're going to need to expand the queue a bit. That's some good prestige. I'm hoping we can turn it into a classic. Some good stats. It's a really good coaster. I should be around even if on and off doing other things. Yeah. Alright. You know, I think I want to do something with this over here. There's just nobody coming over to get on this ride. Empty, 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 empty. Come on, tell me at least one person is riding this freaking river rapids. Wow. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. Hey, Maria. I know exactly what you're referencing right now. That's funny. Alright, everybody thank or blame Maria for spoiling what I want to stream. If you get the reference, you get it. If not, I'm not going to spoil it. Alright, is everybody off of this? I don't think there's anybody on it. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and delete it. And I'm going to go in... let's go to source, my create... oh, it's not a flat ride. Whoops, I thought I clicked track. And what we're going to do is just snap the river rapids in place. We're going to turn down the number of boats. We're going to turn this up. And turn that down to 10 boats or rafts. Seriously, they're boycotting the rapids. Oh, I think I get it? Yeah! If I'm not spoiling, if you know, you know. Shem, the thing about this is after Update 8 and the changes to Ride Prestige that they made, it really harmed the river rapids. And the reason for that is the scenery bonus no longer gives up to 500 additional prestige. For this, I believe it's 150. Oh, well, I have to test it to see. But I believe it's 150. It's 100, I think, for most coasters. The problem is this just isn't all that exciting in terms of EFN scores on its own. So it really relied on the scenery to boost the ride prestige and reputation. And with the changes to that, it's no longer possible to get to that threshold of making the difference between aging and resurging. So it really suffers, and it sucks, because I put a lot of effort and love into this. I mean, this is one of the most beautiful rides in the park, I have to say. I mean, I did all this terrain work, and it really surged in excuse me, hiccup. It really surged in popularity. And then Update 8 hit, and as many good changes as it brought, this is one that's really bad, in my opinion. And it's been a major setback for this. It is extremely disappointing. And I wish they would modify it a little bit better. Now, in one of the hotfixes, I think the hotfix, I think they've only come out with one, but for some reason I'm thinking it came out with two. In the hotfix that they did after Update 8, they did lower the threshold to draw the line to achieve a classic reputation. But this still falls short, and it's sad. It really suffers, unfortunately. But what I think I want to do is actually add a couple things out over here. We can draw a little bit of a crowd this way, because as it stands, clear a few of those trees out. I think that's enough. As it stands, nobody is going to turn this way unless they are going specifically to ride this. But if we add other things out here, boost the scenery around it, give people a reason to come out this way, then perhaps while people are here, they're like, maybe I'll give this a shot, and would be more inclined to get on it and enjoy it. But I'm definitely a bit frustrated about the effect that had. All 10 boats have launched. So I think I need to turn that up. Well, no, maybe not, because it's testing, so they don't actually follow the station release times. They just launch everything all at once. And once this first boat comes in, then when we open it, it should. It should follow those rules, and they should be relatively evenly spaced. I'm sorry. Alright, what we're gonna do over here, though, is place... I'm actually gonna do this out in the open, just disconnected from all the path. But I'm gonna add... Let's actually do the scenery first, because we can attach the, Come on. Cookie, what are you doing? Resort theme. They're not in order. Like, each of these are ordered slightly differently. Whether you open them up in scenery or pieces, facilities, all that stuff. Alright, I want medium. And I want the shops. Yeah, we're gonna do shops. We could do a small... guest facilities, because I think it would be a good idea to add a restroom. Alright, now we'll go into this, create custom. I'm going to add a food option. In the hot jungle, you can't go wrong with ice cream. and then we'll do a drink option. Gulpy soda or Pip Shot juice? The ride is cool. It's a shame it's so affected since the update. Yeah, it's a real disappointment. Alright, there's the poll. Dino Dukes already says gulpy soda. And we've got 2 votes for that, 1 for Soda Lightfall. Coca-Cola Light, Coca-Cola Normal, basically. The really cool thing, and maybe we'll play around with this a little bit up here, but you can go into each individual shop and customize the drink options and food options throughout your food shops. But you can also do for each individual location. So if you want to specialize one restaurant in your park to have certain types of food, you can do that, and you can customize another restaurant to have something totally different and not sync them across the board. But just for simplicity, I usually sync them. Alright. I'll go ahead and end the poll, and we'll go with a gulpy soda. So let's attach that. Nope, let's get out of that there. Pick up the whole thing. Oh, hold. Wait, where did that even come from? That was bizarre. It was from one of these over here. I just want to make sure it didn't... Okay. Yeah, it's good. Haha. Let's place those there. No power. Wait, that's kind of weird because there's not an indicator that there's a lack of power. That's a mildly strange, visual bug. Let me go back to that. Slide it underground just a little bit. Alright, so to demonstrate the ability to change, we've got a few different options here. So the default for your Gelato Bros are chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, pistachio, and lemon. And what you can do is go in and change each of these, and you can add different extras. So you can put chopped nuts, so like pistachio, chocolate sauce. That raises the price a little bit. If you want to give them all of it, have a fully loaded, it bumps the price up a little bit. This also tells you how many people in your park can eat it. So only 91% of people in the park can eat nuts. Probably to simulate allergies or intolerances to them, people that just don't like them. But for the 91% of people that can eat it makes it more attractive. So usually varying your options kind of helps to appeal to a wider range of guests. Let me turn shop radio off. We'll do the same on that one. Didn't notice that menu before. Yeah, it's a really nice customizable feature. I remember in RCT3 you did have the ability to sell different types of food or drink. I mean, within the stand. You could do like small, medium, large. You could customize the flavors a little bit, but I don't think it was elaborate as it is in Planet Coaster 2. Here's your cola, artificial. I don't want no artificial stuff. Well, shoot. They're all artificial. The same with like Soda Lightful is like artificial sugar or something like that. Let's go ahead and open it. This will be the ride entrance over here for the River Rapids. And I thought about branching a little bit of path out this way to add a flat ride in the area. Let me shut this down because I think we're going to modify the queue. We're going to move it to tie in over here. And we might branch the path out that way to go to a flat ride. But let's look at our options. We'll go into custom. We have a few different options. So we could do a some spinning rides. We could do one of the towers. We only have one towered flat ride in the park. We don't have many flat rides at all. But this is the round drop tower. We could do one of the launch towers. Let's go through each category. We could do a wheel. And some of these will have the resort theme that would fit really nicely. We already have one of these. Teacups. Oh, we could do the jungle teacups. That might be a good option. So what we'll do is tear some scenery up in the middle. Let me see how big of a footprint that requires. So we'll actually go into blueprints and find. That's it right there. So we actually do need to pull a few more trees. That should be fine. And what we'll do... Oh, it's got the exit built into it. So maybe it would be better to run it over this way. Let me tear some more trees up. We can always replace I'm trying not to delete. Well, you know what? Let's actually get the queues over here rerouted first. Honestly, I don't even think we really need a priority queue for this ride. Alright, so that's your main... That's your priority. We'll disable that. And we'll... Oh, come on. Alright. Let's tear that up there. Trees are a little bit in the way. Haha. That snaps into place there. And we can just modify the building. Take this arch out and replace it with a window right there. And all of this back here can be torn up and we can litter it with more trees. We'll move these benches slightly. And that'll just be a nice visual reference for us to line the queue up. Now, this has pretty good capacity, so I don't think we're going to need any longer of a line than that. So, we'll remove that stamp. Next, let's go get the teacups. And rotate. And what we can do... Let's find out where exactly we want it. Probably... roughly centered? But I don't want to... No, I'm going to bring it a little bit off center. Closer into here. And what we'll do right here is run a curved path to the exit, and we've got plenty of room to set up where we would like to have the ride entrance. Turn the angle snap off. And these can get relatively long lines, so what I think we're going to do is let's draw that out just a little bit. And let's just route the queue like that. That will look cool there with the teacup ride. Yeah. And we tie it in right there. And we may have some room right here for a restroom. There's going to be some activity with people eating and stuff. Maybe we can add a small fountain in the middle of this plaza. The reason I set it up right here up against the ride is for the splashdown effect. Kind of like a soak zone, so to speak. And actually, if we need to build the line into this corner to allow for some room for a... Let's see. Yeah, a little bit large. Alright, so here's what we can do is we can actually modify a staff room. And that takes a much smaller footprint. So what we'll actually do... Oh, changing room. Oops. Add to resort staff facilities. And we'll attach that there. And we're going to take those panels up. We'll probably have to remove a couple of the surfboards. Maybe the one on the end can stay. Now we'll leave the beach ball for now. And then we're just going to take this out. And honestly, that might be okay. Ah, yes. Yeah, that's the only real option right now, unfortunately. We'd have to set those. Snap to position. And a little bit of advanced move to bring it off of this and onto the front of the building. Oh, it's kind of sticking through the bamboo roof a little bit there. What we could do to offset that is an advanced rotate. An advanced move just to pull it out slightly. That could work. I'm not super huge on that, but loving this area. Looking awesome so far. Really cool area. I appreciate that, guys. There we go. The railings tie in a little bit. So we can just do a little terrain modification for that there. Now, what I think we'll do... And I'd like to do some sort of a custom ride entrance. So let's just see what our options are. Got that right there. We can change. We could do something like this right over the queue. Oh, that paddle actually looks pretty neat. We wanted to do like that. And advanced move, advanced scale. Oh, whoa. Press those in that way. And we can change the color of the flowers. I like the, let's go with a darker color. Yeah. Maybe change that to a green. That's actually pretty. I like the wave and then the paddle. You think like river, water, something like that. And then maybe what we'll do is grab a snap to position off. And maybe stagger Kind of like that. We'll grab each of these, scale them up a bit. Yeah, 200 is fine. And then we can adjust the spacing on each of them. But they sit flush on the board there. Hold on. No. There we go. And then if we want to rotate them a little bit, kind of stagger the text a little bit. And we can change the color of the background. Kind of more of a tealish for the first one. Oh no, that was a mistake. Turn that angle just a little bit. Ah. Kind of like that there. And if we even wanted to scale those signs a little bit more to make the text stand out a bit, that is an option as well. What I wish you could do is scale the text relative to the sign, but it's a little tough to do. Jungle Cups. Yeah, this is a beautiful ride. let's go ahead and open that up. It is going to count as a new ride, given that we deleted the old one and replaced it. So that should draw some people out, and you can actually see we're already getting a few people over this way. Alright. Next, I want to take that middle square up just as a reference point. Ooh, this doesn't totally align. It's very close, but it is slightly misaligned, so I'll keep that in mind. Hope whoever's right there doesn't mind getting splashed a little bit. And we'll go ahead and put a garbage can. We'll bring that off the edge. We'll put a bench in the center there. And then there's actually not really room right there. We should add a planter in the middle. That's kind of what I was thinking, but maybe not exactly. We'll put another bench. Yep. Meant to hit duplicate there. We'll put another bench, kind of staggered. We've got the ones there. Ha! Another day, another cookie imitating the security guard singing. The trash can right there. There we go. It'd be right there, one in front of each of those. Be cool to put up some netting. Because it'd be funny if somebody like got mad and threw their litter into the rapids ride. But that could have detrimental effects. So in a way, I'm kind of glad they don't simulate that. But it would be funny to get people kicked out of the park for littering, or like interfering with a ride. Alright, let's look at scenery options here in the middle. I don't know why that's misaligned. Could it be this right here? I don't know. Because that, I believe, was centered right. Ow. Gonna go eat dinner real quick. Alright, bon appetit, man. Yeah, so I think this is actually off alignment slightly. Let's put a couple benches up here. I always like putting benches on the bridges. It gives people a scenic place to, like, sit and relax. So we line that up with that edge there. Do the same thing on this side. Just some more seating options. Ooh, you know what? We could do a canopy over this. I think that would be really neat. Actually, that'd be a nice little aesthetic bonus. Let's do that. So what I'm gonna do is building columns. WY4OC. How's it going? Do I use any mods? No. DLCs? Yeah, I have all of them. So I make that a little bit larger. These are actually raised. We can run cross beams. That's not going to line up right, actually. That actually, nah. Alright. I'm gonna scrap that idea. And I might go with some more standard building pieces. So that path is a little bit longer than standard. So to actually create a canopy, well, we could use this or that. Haha, watch your head. Ah. It honestly doesn't need to be 4 meters. We could do 2 meters, and I think it would be fine. If we wanted to make it 3. Hey, Strawberry Jam, what's going on, man? Check out the surprise coaster on Blueprints. It has the code. Alright, we'll look here in a little bit. Let me get these finished up here at the moment. And that's high enough. I don't really think people are gonna... Yeah. Alright, so that is slightly offset. Let's see if we can drag that back just a little bit. So these wooden supports for the roof are actually resting on top of the columns there. And I don't think it's too much of a height clearance issue. Yeah, maybe a little bit. So tell you what we'll do right here. So we're going to do the snap distance, and we're going to raise it 1 meter, so it's a 3 meter ceiling. And what we'll do next is grab these 1 meter squares, snap to position, and see if we can get it to sit. Turn the snap distance off. Why those are rotated, I don't know. And we'll rotate each of these. Just so they're lined up. They are centered on top of each other. They just need a little bit of rotation. That's good. It doesn't sit perfectly. You can't scale the roof or anything. If we really wanted to, see, that's lined up really well. What we could do is just... Alright. Slide each of those back that way. Same thing with these. We don't need to do the ones on the other side. Grab all of them. And now take the entire thing and move it back just a touch. I don't like that there. Now we've got a nice little canopy over the over that. We could even we've got to do that for the railroad right here. I forgot about that. We'll build a proper bridge over that. With that though, we've got these open. We've got people coming over, so now there's a little bit of activity. We'll do a proper bridge over this, and then we'll do a like a fountain or a planter box or something like that right in the middle of that. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And let me go check out the Murmansko Blast Flyer. Huh! GG Family Coaster based on Kentucky Flyer. Let's see here. This would have actually fit in the park. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Nice, short, basic family Woody. It's got a nice gradual drop. Some good pops of airtime. Turn around right back here. Airtime. This right here, I noticed that it was a little bit of an odd transition. Yeah, oh yeah, there's a very slight angle change right there. Smooth that maybe just a little bit. Pops of airtime in a hill. It's very mild, family Woody, which is nice. Perfect for the kids. It does seem to lose its pacing right in here a little bit. Not really a real big deal for a kids coaster. Very mild EFN scores, as you would expect from a kids coaster. I based it on the Kentucky Flyer, hence, yeah, I saw that in the description. Thought it was funny to name it after a Russian All Blast. It'd be good for like the taiga biome. It's something really cold themed or something like that. It's nice, it doesn't take up much room. Very basic, appealing to young ages. Very mild. See, I think you did a good job with it. Actually get some floater airtime there. G-forces are extremely mild, as you would expect. 32 miles an hour, so it's really nicely profiled, I think, for a kids coaster. It's a good duration. It's a good length. So yeah, nice job. Really not much to go over, given that it's such a small coaster. But this fits. I can't talk tonight. Sorry. This fits. Tongue twister. This coaster fits the niche for very mild, kid-friendly rides, without explicitly being a kids coaster. So. Nice job on that. Appreciate you sharing. Man, I can't talk tonight. Alright, let's jump back into here, and, kind of finish theming the area back here by the river rapids. Is that tall enough for the railroad to pass through? I would believe it is. Let's do something a little different right over here. That's gonna be a little bit of a choke point just because of the width of that. How did you build in the mountains in your park like the mountain the water ride goes through? A lot of scenery work. It's pretty elaborate. Oh yeah, that'll clear that, no problem. Alright, so, mine always looks so fake, so I was just curious. I wish there was a setting for flat or mountainous terrain. Oh well, it looks great. I appreciate it. I mean, I can tell you how I did it. Basically, I built the ride first. I got the profile of how I wanted the rapids to go. So, it goes this direction out of the station. So I had it run its course, set the ride up with the lift back here, small drop, come through this tunnel here, up a larger lift, curve around for the big splashdown. And then what I did is use just the push and pull, and you want to use a variety of intensities and sizes to get that precision adjustment to build the terrain up right onto, or maybe just a tiny bit above the lip of the track. And then anytime there was a little bit of terrain that popped through the ride, I just turned the size down to press it back underneath. It really doesn't matter too much what the terrain looks like immediately below this. It's more so spending the time to finesse the edges around it so it looks more authentic. And it was a lot of work. But I'm pretty happy with how it came out. And then the tunnel was tough. But what you can actually do, an easier way to create a tunnel, is just delete the segment of the ride that you want to go underground, pull all the terrain up between those two areas, and then just rebuild the ride track with auto tunnel on, and it sets it automatically for you. So and then we actually built the mine train second, and I was very careful on how to lay it out to be able to route the track to go right above the rapids here and right below the rapids through the tunnel right down here. So this was a really elaborate area. I think I was mentioning it before you got here, but the change to ride prestige and reputation in Update 8 really made the river rapids suffer, because the rides used to allow up to a plus 500 bonus for scenery, and now these only allow for 150, and I think most of your coasters are only 100. So the ride prestige really suffers as a result of the changes to the scenery impact to your ride prestige. Just really unfortunate. I'm still a little bitter about that. I wish they'd change it back, or adjust it further at least. let's go ahead and unpause. And yeah, that clears just barely, but hey, that's good enough. Alright, and what we can do here is go back in and add a few extra trees. So let's go with kind of like that, and we can add a couple extra trees. Well, yeah. Switch over to the smaller trees. We can go to the smallest ones right here. These Kentia palms. Let's turn that brush size down a little bit more. Those were supposed to be the little ones. Got a couple sticking through right there, and I love those Kentia palms, but they're just too close. Alright, Dino Dukes, welcome back. Boy, the jungle is thick. Nobody can accurately accuse me of shorting on scenery. I'll tell you that much. Haha. Well, that took up a little bit too much there. Go with one slightly smaller. I bet you it won't want to add them because of the proximity to the... Oh, goodness. Proximity to the trees. Grab this small one and duplicate it. Actually, it fits really nicely, right between that there. Kind of the same thing, like right there, maybe? Yeah. We'll go with that. Alright, well, we've got people coming over for the teacups. Still kind of off the beaten path. So people aren't really going to go out of their way to come up here. Unless we tear this main path up and have people come over this way, that they have to pass these to go to the train station. Which we could do. That will kind of not only encourage, but more or less force people to come up that way. One thing we can do is see... Have to see how we would get people out of here and over to the train station. Now, what we could do is carve a path back over this way. I don't think we would be able to do it from here. I'm gonna open up a poll. The only concern I have is if we make it too much of a choke point, it'll back up and affect the guest experience through there. And we are a little bit boxed with terrain.
Still goes on the fire.
Well, the good news is we do have a few people coming in over to get in line. But yeah, this is Probably going to continue to have quite low ridership. Only had 14 people on it today. Prestige is coming up, and we could add... It'd be nice to have it go through like a little shack or something like that. We could do that on the straightaway section. How would that look? Whoops. Oh, the grid doesn't align up. Though it does kind of look neat with a... Well, we gotta clear that and change that to the scenery theme. Resort. And grab whatever type of roof we want to use. That's way too steep. Small cheap little bamboo hut, just to kind of bump the scenery score up a tad bit. Feel like it might need some special effects or something like that. Alright, so we did get a vote to make the main path go through this area, which means we would likely need to widen this, but this is going to be a bit of a choke point. I'm going to think about how best to do that, and we probably won't do it right now. Oops. So we'd have to cross back over the train tracks. Yeah, welcome back, Strawberry Jam. Alright, for laughs. What if we did... We did another waterfall section. Just one last opportunity to soak riders on this thing. That'd be a nice little bonus effect. Now we're getting a few more people on it. Those couple boats are empty. But that one's got a few people. That one's empty. That one's empty. But we do have people waiting. That's a good sign. That people at least are coming over to ride it. I'm trying to think what else we could do, though, to kind of boost this. Alright, let me go ahead and end the poll. We're going to have to see how to reroute this. Now we can tie it in back here. The only other option would be to run it underground through this. It's going to be a little cluttered going through there. So looking from the top down, what we'd be looking at is probably widening this, having it curve this way, or doing a crossover somewhere over here. having it pass back over to the train station. Well, I'll let y'all look at it and kind of think of an idea. I just don't know with the terrain how it will be physically possible with what we've put in place already. That's what I'm struggling to come up with, is how we would do that. This doesn't really have many people on it. Scenery bonus is maxed. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense right there. Man. Trying to think of like a cool animatronic that we could place to kind of boost the excitement of the ride. That's hanging over the edge, this tree right here. Let's move it back. Just place a couple there along the edge. The cool thing, now you pass through there, you go through the waterfall. And you've got the splash down there. Yeah, the crowd is tapering off a little bit. We did have a trickle of people getting on it, but now they're not really coming over. Yeah, my thought would be to see if I could run an underground tunnel or something like that. Dale, what's going on, man? The man, the myth, the legend. The park looks stellar per usual. Any underground operations, you can ask me for any assistance. Yes! What is going on, man? Good to see you. So what I'm trying to figure out, in order to get more people up this way, I'm thinking about reconfiguring the path so that the crowds are drawn up this way. And basically we would be taking this section of path out, so people go up this way, and then we're trying to figure out a way to bring them back around. My first thought was to have them go through a tunnel underground that would cut back over this way and maybe tie in over here or right underneath the station. Cable car. Yeah, that's not going to work over here in such a short area. I don't think we'll be doing that. Alright, so we have 2 votes for yeah. If we did something underground, we... It's dark. Holy cow. That's racist against short people. No, it's not. I'm short myself. So, I mean, for example, just hypothetically, if we routed a path out this way, let me just try something. I'm curious how this would look. Yeah, this doesn't line up. This doesn't tie in perfectly. Am I a dwarf? No, I'm not that short. that actually does clear. And I don't think it'll affect the terrain underneath this. It does not. Good. Just barely. So we did that underground that way. No, that does. Okay. Alright, we're not doing that. We would probably have to bring that section down a little bit further. When in doubt, tunnel it down and out. Yeah. Placing down all of the lights would be a pain. Yeah. Doesn't even want it. I've got an idea with that there. So let's actually do this. Whoa. We can use a fine tool to press some of that back. Now if we go down here, this should be completely No, it isn't. Not quite. I should be completely covered up now, though. Kind of, not quite. It's because of this incline right here. I'm not even sure if it's worth fixing that. Because what we could do... taken another stamp down. Make it deeper. Oh, it tore that path up. I didn't even notice that there. I hope this doesn't end up being a bad idea, but hey, we can experiment. The worst thing that happens is it just ends up being a mess and we decide to undo it. We'll find out. Turn the torch on, we can see a bit better down here. Hey Jumpers, how are ya? This could end up being really cool, or it could be an absolute mistake. We got one way to find out. And yeah, like Dino Duke said, doing all the lights is gonna be tedious at best. Interesting, these... Okay, now the concrete disappears. Ah, interesting. This actually isn't too off track. I think it's still very gradually sloped down. I'm working on a mock striker, hopefully be able to show it on stream tonight. If it's not too late, then yeah, I think you would have that opportunity. Alright, so we've got that there. Alright, time to disrupt a lot of people's travel plans. That sounded kind of wonky. Come through and tear that up. And let's see if people start going that way, utilizing that. Like I said, this could be really cool. And it could be an absolutely disastrous idea, but we'll find out. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, it already is interfering with something. Shoot. Really? Alright, this could have been a disaster. I'm already starting to regret this. However, it will get more people coming out this way. Intersecting terrain. So I just need to push it back a little bit? Because I really don't understand why this got torn up. It's all far enough underground. Alright, something has gone wrong. There is a bit of activity down here. It's too late to undo it, so we'd actually have to put all of this back in place manually. Try the editing path tool. Hey, look at that! Good idea. That worked. I've actually never used that until right now. And that's the first time I've gotten it to work. Alright, we need to do a little bit of terrain work right here. Get this pushed on her. You know what I was thinking? This park needs a coaster built by Jimpers. We have so many coasters in this park built by Jimpers. What are you talking about, Dale? Like, for real, Jimpers has built more coasters in this park than I have. Just as absurd as that sounds. But that, I mean, that just shows you he's much better of a coaster builder than I am. Oh, come on! Alright, this just, no. I do not think this is going to be a long-term viable option. We can play around with it for now. Yeah, this isn't even really going up. What a disappointment. Seems like we might just end up doing something else over here. I don't know. You should write and record all of his coaster songs on piano with an orchestra. Well, I can do the piano part, not the orchestra part. Not enough Jimpers coasters. A message brought to you by Dale and Jimpers Ltd. Oh man, that's pretty funny. Guess they're probably getting pickpocketed down here in the Cave of Doom. I think we're gonna end up redoing that. This is pretty crappy, to be honest. I mean, if anything, it's drawing people out this way. But the question is, how many of them are actually turning to get in line for this when they pass by it? Excuse me. Almost none. I think custom inversions should be a staple on any coaster. Yeah. Yeah, for good reason. Pre-made ones are too rough, man. Yeah, I mean, I've had some luck with some of the pre-made ones, but yeah, some of the other ones just don't cut it. Man, This is ball crap, to be honest. I'm really disappointed with this whole... As beautiful as it looks, just nobody's even coming over here and getting on any of this stuff. Like, once again, I don't see a single person on this, Oh, well, we got two right there. Okay. We've got two people on this entire ride. 89 guests yesterday. Making custom vertical loops is hard, but I do choose to do it anyway. I've tried my hand at them. I'm not super happy with how they come out. I'm content with the vertical loops, so I usually just use those. What a massive disappointment. What's stellar over here? Ah! Look at the line back over here. We need to add some stuff there. I haven't fleshed this building out yet. All we have are just the vending machines. Lots of people lined up for drinks. Nobody needing... a couple people got hot dogs. These coasters are doing pretty well. Kind of like they've become the star of the park. How are the other coasters? Well, that's got a decently long line, not too much. Pretty lengthy. Is Mini Mamba doing... Wow, we just checked it out. Yeah, that line is backed up onto the path. This train station, surprisingly, is always got a substantial line. It's a good thing these things have such good capacity. Pre-mades really have to fit very, very specific bits of a layout. They do. However, they're infinitely scalable. That makes sense. Not much of a line for this coaster. Its prestige is lower. It does get a decent crowd, but it does seem to fluctuate a bit. Alright, well, that train is full and departed, and, yeah. I think another one should be right around the corner. Yeah, right there. This doesn't have too much of a line. Decent. This here has got a pretty good crowd. Oh, that was cool. The train passed right in front of that. This one over here was stacked earlier, not much now. decent length. Actually, a little bit of a... It's trickling, but there's people getting on that, which is a good sign. The line for this is backed up onto the path. This is the kicker right here. Just look at the pile of people waiting to go on this. It's a 10-minute queue for this coaster. Well, I didn't even finish the sign for it. I've got an idea. Alright, go ahead and vote, and I am serious. Depending on... And you're more than willing to say how you voted, how you feel about it, and we can have a discussion about it if there is real interest in that. I'm stepping up for a moment. Give me a couple minutes, we'll be back. Just need to take a quick break and grab another water. Alright, we're back. Getting a good turnout now. I was off to a little bit of a slow start. Alright, let's see here. We got caught back up on chat. So 75% of people, alright, have said they would collab. One person said not this park, but maybe another. I respect that. Somehow managed to make a beyond vertical launch on the Striker. Very true, but the ability to do decent profiling into and out of them, you basically have to play. Oh, sorry, a hiccup. Have to plan a layout limited to them. Shem, I don't fully agree with that because each of them are scalable. So it's just about lining up the transitions into those inversions correctly, which I don't find it that difficult to do. Now, some people may struggle with it. Some people, it's probably easy peasy. So I guess it just depends. I don't have much trouble with it. It just takes a little bit of trial and error, but once you figure it out, I've never found myself too limited by the pre-made inversions. Now the non-inverting pieces, different story. I would 100%, 60% of it is already mine. Shem, the 100%. Did y'all see the new Six Flags open up? The one in, Kadia? Cookie's gotta hit that vape pen. I don't have one of those. I don't do that stuff. Yep, the wingsuit cams of Falcon's flight looked insane. My friend told me it looks freaking killer. I can imagine. I bet that's bonkers. Alright, so I will keep Jimpers and Shem. I mean, I'll keep that. Jimpers, I've got you on the Discord. I don't know who the other person who voted yes is, but I can absolutely... I need to start placing this in the video descriptions. Or like set up one of the automatic chat bots that just posts messages periodically. But I'm going to go ahead and pin that. I ended the poll because we've got new people. What's the maximum? I don't remember. What's the maximum number of people you can have collaborating? Dino Dukes voted, yeah. Okay, cool. Is it like 5, I think? Is the total number of people you can have doing a collab on the workshop? Oh man, my neighbors across the street. They don't have their Christmas lights on, but they do have them still up. Just absolutely beautiful lights. Four, maybe 5. I voted for another park, didn't like the wording maybe. Well, I tried to float that because if there's potential interest, but it would depend on what somebody would or would not want to do, I can understand that. But yeah, voting to do another park and not this one is respectable. Part of me, more so early on, this was mine. Not everything in it was mine, but this park is mine because I've done so much work on it, and I've got a grand vision for it. And the more that I've spent time working on this park, the more I've incorporated, ideas from other people, like you all in chat, opening up polls on ideas of how to do something. And the more I've thought about it, this is like I do the work, I stream it. With a couple exceptions, I mean, Jimpers has built some awesome coasters, Brawlmick has built a couple, Band player built one really cool coaster in the park. I've been asking you to start another park you assign sections. Yeah, and I'm planning to. I'm just I've gotten drawn back in, and I had to take a break from this for a while. But I've gotten drawn back into it and just had so much fun developing it. Look at how lush this is. Like, this out here actually feels finished, with the exception of this really wonky tunnel of doom. This getting messed up out here. I should have just stuck with the teacups and placing some sort of scenery and called it good and just let it kind of run its course. Because even still, there's just, well, that boat's got, what, 5 people on it? Alright, well, that's an improvement. How many does the teacups have? It's got a few people getting in line. 125 people have ridden it. Maybe it'll have a little bit of an effect. Tunnel of spoons. I don't know about that. Yeah, so I'm not going to Carowinds tomorrow, so. Spooning leads to forking mind. I have no comment. Got a cable car going over yonder, you'll see a dramatic difference. Shame about Carowinds. No, I'm not really disappointed. I mean, I'd love to be there until 1 in the morning. I mean, can you imagine? So, sunset in... Well, the park is 2 hours away, but roughly about the same time, I think. So, sunset's around like 5:30 here this time of year. And so it's dark by 6 or just a touch after that. So to be able to get all the night rides I want from 6 until 1 in the morning, I think would be really cool. Except it's going to be in the 30s the whole evening and potentially windy. Not really an ideal weather condition to be outside riding coasters that go 90 miles an hour. So, Fury's a bucket list coaster for me. I can tell you, I am split in my mind whether Fury is my #1 or #2 coaster. And I'm so glad I have such an incredible coaster at my home park. I mean, it's a 2-hour drive to ride arguably one of the top 10 coasters in the world. That would suck. Well... Yeah, I mean, when I was there in November, it got down to like 47. And it was pretty chilly when you get on those coasters. Like, it's nothing gloves and a hat and a coat can't, like, can't help with. But when it's that cold and you're going... That would be an absolute T3 experience. No, I don't think it would be that bad. I'd rather ride that coaster in -20 than go on T3. T3 sucks! I need to find that clip.
It's been widely known.
Oh, hold on.
One of the worst Coca-Cola SLCs in operation.
That wasn't it. I'm gonna have to get the audio of that guy. I know it's on an Airtime Thrills video, but if it's got like music or something like that in the middle of it. I remember up here before we heavily forested it over, I had written T3 sucks in palm trees. I think I want to redo the station for this a little bit. I've been putting that off. I'm going to open this up and let people kind of do what they want with it. And then maybe we'll do that and start working on a... I might float some ideas on Discord. I want to have a coaster contest too, like a real coaster contest this time, not just a fun one that say, hey, make something and I'll showcase it. Because I do that without contests. But what I would do is buy somebody one of the DLCs or give them like a Steam credit or something if they already have the DLCs, or something just a little fun. But I would set a much higher standard. For like a contest coaster. Like set limits on the G-forces and maybe make a minimum excitement score of like 6 and a... Aha! Out! Well, the guard got him. $30 to replace that picnic bench. You would like a coaster contest? Yeah. So Jimpers is winning a contest? Not necessarily. I don't know, part of my mind I might just have to say Jimpers can't participate because he would. That wouldn't be fair though. I want to give him a chance. Or if I did future ones, then what I'd say is the winner can't participate in the next one. Kind of like a pass the trophy sort of thing. Maybe part of the prize to the winner can't participate in the next one, but can choose the coaster types. Or choose like one or two. How would you say who wins? Would it be a community vote or your favorite? Probably a combination of that. Like I'd get a vote, or like, because I don't think it should be just me, because I might have different criteria than some of you all. And I mean, there are things that you can definitely rank objectively, like excitement and the forces being realistic and stuff like that. But there might be something that doesn't like really visually or thematically appeal to me that other people might absolutely love. So I think having some community input at least would be... Would theming actually be a ranker too? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Now, it wouldn't be weighted as heavily as the actual, like, statistics of performance of the coaster. Execution of the idea, yeah. I mean, I think what you actually need to evaluate, and we can certainly have discussions about it before we actually do one of those, but I think layout, you know, you can have a coaster that runs really well, but the layout might not be very inspired. On the contrary, you could have something with an incredible layout where the forces are a little bit too mild, or maybe too intense. I make the coaster, he themes it. Ah! Yeah. I don't know, I might make it an individual thing. Maybe not. And I mean, each of those, you know, when we do future contests, the rules could be different each time, just to give it a little variety. It wouldn't really make sense to do the same contest multiple times, because you know how they'd ultimately go. Alright, you know what? We're gonna have a little bit of fun right here. We're gonna go... Ah! Come on! For sure, pacing is great in real life, but heavily a necessity on PC too. Absolutely. On the mountain. Oh no, you know what? I think I've got a really good idea. If I can attach it to the... Oh! I forgot to Oh man. Let's change the colors up a little bit. That's it right there. That was an exclamation point. Did I really just do that? Oh my gosh. That's pretty epic. How stupid can this get? Oh my lord. Oh man. I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna keep those. World class execution. Stick them right on the coaster supports. I feel like I should maybe raise them a little bit, make them a little more visible. Yeah, there we go. Now the best part about it is when you get on this. Look at the view right there. Oh man. I've never been so proud. Just seems a little bit stupid, but it's funny. Lovely. Look at the crowd coming back this way to get on this train station. The line is actually pretty decently long. Another train not too far away. Coming through there. Not many people on this right now. Absolutely the greatest Easter egg inside joke I've seen in a park so far. Oh, really? Well, in the Viking Park, I used the 3D letters on the station on the invert right in the very front. But, yeah, this is a little bit more kind of an Easter egg, sort of. It's maybe not quite as blatant as right in front of a station. Alright, Jimpers, are you still wanting me to check out the Mock Striker this evening? Yes, and isn't it written in palm trees? It was, but I kind of cleared that out. You can maybe just barely see a little bit of the remnants, like T, 3, S, U. These are kind of, yeah, you can barely still kind of make it out, but it was just a little bit too obscure. This, it's kind of tucked back, so you kind of have to look for it, but it's visible enough you can clearly say, you know, what it says. Just finished it, alright. This really brings it home. Yeah, it was just a little too obscure with the trees. So funny, from the top of this, you can kind of see something in the background, but you can't really tell. But then you come up closer, and yeah. I wish we had like a graffiti font, and you could just imagine somebody like spray painting T3 sucks in graffiti on the side of a building. Yeah, I am gonna modify this. I'm gonna make a wider entrance. And maybe make the building a little more symmetrical. And I'd actually even talked about flipping the orientation of it. The shop would be down here. There's splash decals, but no graffiti. You'd have to tell that to all your hoodlum guests. Yeah, I think if I saw a park guest like graffiti T3 sucks somewhere in my park, I wouldn't kick him out. I'd actually probably give him like a free priority pass for the day or something like that. So we've got a pretty open plot of land. Do you think it would fit over here, or is it pretty sizable? Not that this would necessarily have a permanent place in the park. Build them a statue? Yeah, right. Still thinking about what I would want to do to the volcano itself. I definitely think when it comes time, we'll come into the tunnel for the train, and I'll kind of do one of those open, maybe make it like a magma pit. I think I've got a cool idea for this, but I'm not going to do it tonight. Looks like a hive. A little. And I mean, I may do some, like, terrain painting to kind of make that more gradual. It's very abrupt, the transition from grass to rock. And it's just rock the whole way up. Alright, let me go on the workshop, get the code for Jimper's coaster. I'm guessing it won't fit in this park. Oh, it kind of does. Be a little bit cramped. Well, we can place it here. It actually does fit okay in this area, so we'll just look at here. That reminds me, you were talking about wanting a dive coaster the other day. I made one you can check out. Share the code, absolutely. We'll look at it after we look at the... Actually got that to work. Are the seats functional? No. Alright, let's go front bumper POV. I don't know, maybe it needs a mod to get those. Whoa! Oh, it rolls back, what? What in the world? And it almost looks like it's gonna make it, but it doesn't. Increase the speed on the Beyond vertical. I want to see how far it goes. Yeah, just barely. Alright. only be placed on unbanked track? It's not banked! What in the world? What's the friction at? If it's 0.6, let's turn it down to 0.5, see if it makes it through. That may make some of the ride a little bit too intense. Come on. Delete the launch segment, replace it. This here? The first one. Man, this is for some reason all of a sudden just lagging my game. Just lower the friction a lot. It was 0.6, 0.5 didn't get it there. What is the There it goes. There we go. Alright. Let's give it a ride now. Hey, we got another launch. Whoa! I think this is one of those rides that would make me really dizzy. It's super cool. It is just packed with twists and turns and inversions, and those launches look like a lot of fun. Yeah, look at that. That's really cool. Great G-forces across the board. Great hang time, great air time. 8 inversions. There's some really unique elements. I love that 0G stall. That's so cool. I love the number of rolls. Was that a... Oh no, it was a sideways banked airtime. I love that double roll right there. That might be my favorite part. Yeah, man, that's just so wild. That's such a cool coaster. Yeah, the laterals get a little high through that there. Lots of real good positive G and negative G moments. The negative 0.5 there. I think this is your big pop of ejector. Good hang time. Yeah, there's a pop right there on that sideways airtime there. Man, it's just such a good variety of forces. Check out the profiling on the double barrel roll. Yeah, that's really cool. What an awesome coaster. Like, this is something I could look at. I have a coaster candidate. I'm not sure if it's good enough. I have the code on a further up comment. Yeah, I did see it. I'm gonna look at Dino Duke's, and we'll look at yours, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Alright, let me go ahead and unpause that. Is this... Yeah, okay, that's the one that you wanted me to look at. Let me get the one that, Dino Dukes. Here we go. Alright, let's check this one out. Alright, there the ground level is right. Oh, so the entrance line the bottom with the ground. Yeah, that's perfect. I didn't see that. I was looking at it from the perspective of the station. Interesting. So the station's actually like in the back of this plaza. No, I didn't theme mine other than name and color. It's tall, but still compact. Like a shorter Tormenta. That's fine. Jumper's Coasty just blew my mind. Yeah. Yeah, that was incredible. I'm actually going to get on foot and check this out. This is beautifully presented. I'm not really worried about deleting the block at the moment. beautiful with the lights and the like the dragon flower. Oh, nice. Got a good view. So you actually walk right underneath all of this. Over here is a flat ride, I noticed. A blaze. Cut through that. You can come up here. There's a ride entrance. I'd put railings right there. So it's one of the 360 rides. Very pure. Very pretty presentation. Added nighttime lights. Yeah, I did see those on the ground there. Can change the view. Check it out. This is really pretty. And I like the theming with the bird right there. And look at the water. Colored water. Quick queue and normal. I like the little mist fans. Couple of the birds. Is this a heater? Yeah. Or just a light. Wow. Oh, yeah. Beautiful view. So we got an Immelman, kind of a sweeping turn. 0G. It's kind of a flat corkscrew. And into the final brakes. I like the station. Clean and simple. Very cool ride. And then the exit takes you. Ah! Oh, now that is really cool. And a couple vending machines right back here. Exit. But I think, too, people could come up here to, like, meet people getting off the ride and, come up and grab their snacks. My one critique is the profiling on the 0G roll. Alright, let's get out of the ground view. Well, look at the layout overall. It's interesting, I should say, many dive coasters actually have 2 drops. And I always like to see that second drop. But I think you've packed a good amount of elements into the coaster for 1 drop. You've got the Immelman. I want to look at the profiling of that 0G roll. And then I really like this kinda like flattened corkscrew. That's a really interesting element. You go into the brakes. Let me pause this and get on the coaster right here. And let's see. I'm actually going to get on it from the rider's perspective this time. Try to center ourselves over the track. And unpause. I don't really see an issue with the profile of the 0G roll. Smooth, but it'll be uncomfortable to ride in real life. Otherwise, it's great. The custom supports are amazing. Yeah, these custom supports are absolutely beautiful. Like, I don't have the patience to do it, and you've only had it for a short time. Well, no, Dino Dukes has had it longer than that. That is criminally low. I don't understand that. Your G-forces are good across the board. There's no real, like, strong airtime, but you do have a couple moments of floater and hang. If we go in and look at that. The hang time up here at the top of the Immelman. There's some good airtime on the drop. That's one thing I love about these the B&M dives, is just the air that you get going down the dives, and that's partly why I like when coasters have two of them. Floater through the 0G. You actually go slightly negative when you go through this right here. I think it did 3 or 4 hours on the supports. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, these are absolutely gorgeous. I don't know why that is as low as it is. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand why throughout the rest of the track the excitement isn't higher. The fear is relatively well tempered throughout. I wonder if this hurts the pacing. That could be. And the nausea remains very low throughout. That is a beautiful coaster, though. And I would have a lot of fun riding something like this. It isn't super intense. So it'd be a good crowd pleaser, but I think there's enough to keep enthusiasts entertained, and the theming is absolutely wonderful. The work on the custom supports is mind-blowing. Absolutely beautifully presented. And a fun coaster overall for sure. Very nicely done. Let's check out Strawberry Jams. Which? No, that's not that. It's not that. Let me go on the workshop and see which one it was again. Sichuan Warrior. Okay. Let me look that up. Sichuan. Alright. I like how 2 of those dive coasters were mine. Yeah. Well, that Red Wing was incredible. Okay. So I'm looking at this. No scenery. No real theming other than just the color. The nice thing about that is it's very adaptable. So when you theme coasters, I think it's really good when you have an idea and you can execute the coaster to fit the theme that you're going for. However, when you don't theme a coaster, you leave it open to whoever is using it in their park to do what they want with it, which is nice in the sense that you get that flexibility. So this here, we've got an Immelman, a sweeping dive, a second drop, which I like, and just a basic vertical loop, and curve around, a couple little pops of airtime, and into the final breaks back here. Let's give it a ride. This is kind of short. Let's actually skip to the top. That's a pretty steep and high lift, so. Alright, here we go. Ooh, this one is a bit taller. This one goes beyond vertical too. Hang time at the top of the Immelman. And another hang. This one is not beyond vertical. Good hang time at the top of that loop. Pop air. Another pop of air. And the turn into the final brakes. This is also your first dive coaster in PC2. Well, for your first one, you did a good job. I like this. It is a little short. But the track is actually longer than the one that Dino Dukes built. And I think the ride ends up being a little bit longer too because you have that second drop. Now, this isn't exactly great now that I see my competition. I think objectively I'll say that Dino Dukes presented his a little bit better and is definitely a smoother ride. However, I think you've got a really good layout for the for the dive. And I like how this one's taller and actually incorporates a beyond vertical drop. Now, not all of them have to do that. Most, other than your newest ones, most of your dives are just a straight 90 degree. So, I'll point out a couple things that I've noticed. I really like the beyond vertical. What I would recommend, use shorter track pieces. That's actually a trick that Jimpers taught me. Use a slightly shorter piece maybe to taper more of that drop beyond vertical, but it pulls out of the drop quite high up, which is good because it makes it more gradual and it avoids pulling extremely high Gs when you bottom out. The profile of the Immelman, for your upwards half loop, I think is really good. For this, it's drawn a little bit too far out lengthwise. I would give this a steeper drop, have it come over and roll out, and then you could maybe do a little bit wider of a helix, but actually the way that you tapered the curve is good. It does need some smoothing. You do have a couple odd, like, jerky transitions, like here, and then it just kind of straightens out, and then it goes into a sharp, sudden curve. I would smooth that a little bit. Your second drop doesn't go vertical. I was gonna say it doesn't go beyond vertical, but it's not even. I want to say that's like 80. I could be wrong, but that looks to be like around 85 degrees or so. Just try not to make it too whippy. Yeah, and that's good. Coming out of the inversion, you can make it roll out faster without it being too whippy. I would say this is drawn out a little bit too much. What I don't like about this, in particular, is after the vertical loop, it's just kind of a very shallow bank all the way around back here. It's almost just like a really long, drawn out. It's a 270 degree left turn. That's not a tight helix. It doesn't pull really much in terms of forces. I do like how you included some pops of airtime, but I think you could make those a little bit more pronounced. If we go in and look at the stats, your excitement is actually higher, your fear is really good, your nausea is really good. You've got 3 green. And Dino Dukes didn't. And I tried, I know I can emphasize those EFN scores, but that really is an indication of how like popular the ride is going to be. And what that tells me is you've got more forces that make the ride a little bit more exciting. You've got a little bit more on the minimum, on the negative Gs. Having 2 inversions is nice. I think all of those dive coasters, with the exception of Sheikra, have at least 2. Not counting Oblivion in the prototype. This also does get considerably more speed, and it's tall, somewhere probably around 240 feet. So there's more opportunity for speed. I would personally do like reprofile the second, not even the second half, but just after the vertical loop. For your first dive coaster in this game, you did a really good job. There's definitely a few things I would tweak, but overall, you did a really nice job. Yeah, add some hang time and air on that bit. If we go into the graph, or the heat map, I should say. Pause it and look at this. This pop of airtime actually doesn't really provide any airtime, with the exception of a little bit right there. This is still at 1. Then it drops a little lower right there. Then you have another hill back here. And it provides some very mild floater. Which is why I would like to see that a little bit more pronounced. Going beyond vertical, I think, is where you're getting the peak negative. You get minus 0.3 there, and that's because of the beyond vertical, which is really cool to incorporate. And you've got some really good hang time and floater up at the top of this as you roll out. You do end up pulling a little bit stronger positive Gs down here. I think you could maybe... 4 is nothing out of norm. But you could profile that. Like I said, coming up through this helix here, the profiling is a little bit wonky. And you can tell by some of the transitions. Because it should decrease as you go upward, which it does, but you can see where it kind of increases here, and then it drops, and then it increases. That's as you tighten the turn. But some of that is due to slightly wonky, unsmoothed height profiling in that. Excellent hang time at the top of the vertical loop. I really like that. And I think you just need to do this differently. Get a little more pronounced airtime here. You've got a lot of track that you could work with. Get a little bit more pronounced airtime on this hill right here. What you honestly even could do is tighten that up, give it another pop of airtime coming up into here, and then run your final brakes this way with a drive tire turn into the station. Kind of cut out some of the dead track back here. Which is actually isn't bad. Your excitement is at 6 here, probably because of the airtime. But you could do even better on that, I think, if you profile the hills slightly differently. But this is really steady throughout, other than like right here and immediately after the loop. Just continuous excitement, though. It's a relatively high. It's not really doing much. That's real good. Like, you see how much of your coaster has green for the fear? As a sign that you're doing it really well. You've got some points where it tapers off, but you don't have anything that spikes other than a very mild fear spike going down the first drop, which is honestly to be expected. Here's where, yeah, your nausea picks up a little bit right there because of that kind of oddly profiled and tight, sustained positive G-forces in that turn. "86 miles an hour, that's so good, and it has 78 coming down through that. Carries its speed well. Man, you really did a good job with this. This is more of your classic kind of dive, whereas the one that Dino Dukes made, I think, is a little bit more kind of boundary busting, so to speak. It's a little bit more innovative. It's really cool. I like this a lot, though. You both did absolutely fantastic jobs with the dives. And Jimpers did an awesome job with that mock striker. That was really cool to watch. So. Alright. Super neat. Alright, we'll go ahead and unpause. Oh, nice, I get a notification that's stuck. Hey. Repair the vandalism. Gonna go ahead and save. Alright, how's our Tunnel of Doom doing? Almost nobody. Oh. It's like it walked through and then all of a sudden something startled that guy. Oh. Yeah, I'm not fond of this at all. We're probably going to undo this and just go back to the way it was. Unless we can come up with a better alternative to route people this way. It's like you have to go this way now. Come out through there and curve around or cut back over. I wonder if it's drawing more people out over to these. A little bit, yeah. Do these shops make money? A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. Wow, that one's actually doing pretty well. People... the souvenir... Chief Beef is losing money. He's going chief broke. No assigned staff. Where's that guy? It's the one it always says is always waiting for an assignment. We can give him that. It's not a ride attendant. Vendor. Caleb Bowman. Yep. Waiting for scheduled work to start.
Hey!
Ah, he just got back over here. Ha! Well, he can hang out. Pip Shot's making money. Gelato's making money. So it's only Chief Beef losing money. Pizza Pen is too. That is too. That one's losing a little bit. These ones are making more. Interesting. Pick your litter up. There's trash cans all over the joint. Cookie, what coaster should I build next? How about we let, well, let me look at a couple. What? Give me a type, or like a style of coaster, and I'll choose a type for you. Like, do you want to go something inverting? Or suspended? Do you want to go for just an off-the-wall crazy coaster type? Do you want to go a launch? I don't know, intensity? Or thrill? Okay. Well, I'm saying, like, give me a category. I'm getting tired. Oh, it's 11:15. Holy cow. I gotta get up for work in the morning. Alright, while I'm thinking about this, don't screw up the scenery I've worked hard on. Alright, I am uploading this. Opening it up for collaboration. Let's do an inverting coaster. Don't do enough inversions anyway. I need to add, like, friends in game. So open that up and I'll reach out to whoever would be interested. Let me go into a sandbox park and we'll look. And I'll give you the option, or maybe I'll open it up for a poll. See, coasters that invert. Important to note, or to ask, do you have the DLCs? I don't have any DLCs, sadly, but I was planning on buying them soon. Okay, no worries, I won't recommend any coasters that you don't have yet. So what I'll do is just filter it down to the main game. And I'm going to list 4. What is this for? So Dino Dukes is just wondering kind of what type of coaster he should make next, and I was gonna give him some ideas. I'm gonna open it up in a poll and let you all vote, and I'm gonna leave it open for 5 minutes while I get myself ready for bed before I end the stream. Alright, I've opened up the poll. I'm going to leave it open for 5 minutes and choose one of those options. I think I've given 4 pretty good variety options, so none of them are really all that similar. Oh man, my game is running so smooth when I open up a brand new park. Oh man. I actually want to look at a couple things. Just going straight into my creations. Oh, I forgot about this. I was thinking about it the other day, and I'm like, yeah, it's a Lost Coaster, but I remember building this. It's just a very basic double out and back Woody that I made. You can go ahead and vote. I'll leave it open for a couple more minutes. Oh yeah, this one too. Well, this one's super wonky. That stupid profile dive loop. This was fun. Oh, that one didn't have the scenery. Oh, this was the original dive that I built in the tropical park. Off to the side, like over... Yeah, entrance. So yeah, I did that over here. I cut down the terrain and built the water up. This one was wonky. Going way back. This was my very first B&M invert that I ever built in this game. Yeah. This flying coaster, I would love to reuse it. This is one of my favorite coasters that I've built. It was a super fun flyer. I would probably redo the stations a little bit. Let me draw that curve out and... I don't know. Alright, you got 1 minute to get your vote in if you haven't already. Man, throwback to some really, really fun early days in this part. Or in this game. This was the B&M dive in the Viking Park that I built and tore up eventually. Fun Floralist built very, very similarly to Kumba. Haha, this. Alright. Time is up. So, Dino Dukes, it looks like Vekoma SLC. And then you had one vote for Gerstlauer Infinity. The SLCs really are not that bad to build. I think on the inverts, if I remember right, Jimpers can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when you do inverts, you want to do negative banking offset. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, that is right. Yep. Yeah, the negative heart line. Yeah, for the coasters that ride on top, you do positive, generally about 3 feet or 1 meter banking offset. And for your inverts, and probably your flyers as well, you do negative. So, have fun. Don't take it too seriously. It's just a little bit of a challenge. But the SLCs are not terribly difficult to build. And if you're really not comfortable doing another invert, then do a Gerstlauer. Do both, maybe, if you're up for the challenge. I love Gerstlauer Infinities. That's just one that I just cannot build a good one. You can't build the Vekoma SLC without Toy Box DLC. Yeah, he can. He can. It's right there. It's the old school inverting suspended. Now the STC, the new suspended thrill coaster, is the one that you need the Toy Box for. But a typical... And if you want any, like, ideas or something to kind of work with, let's do Blueprint, and I'm going to change the source to just Frontier. The, Pulse. The stock SLC that, Frontier made is actually a pretty good one. So you can maybe take a little bit of inspiration from it. Think of some different elements. One thing to point out, and I actually didn't know this until Jimpers mentioned it, but the SLC, this right here, Pulse, actually does use custom inversions, which are phenomenal. So this is a really good... I'll do a... I'll actually do a quick POV of this. The SLC is way radder than the STC. Had them mixed up, my bad. It happens, no worries. T3 sucks! This is super smooth. I'd really like to imagine that the SLCs were fun rides when they were new, and didn't rattle you like a rattlesnake rattles its tail. Just spit my drink out. Mission accomplished! You know what I was thinking for fun? On each of these, maybe... well, I don't know if there's enough of them. Maybe. T3... S U C K S. Yeah, you kind of could do it. Just put those 3D letters, the T3 sucks, on each of the supports as you're going up. So, there's a little inspiration for you. I don't remember how good the Gerstlauer Infinity. That's it right there. Oh, you know what? I have checked this one out. It's not bad. It uses the interesting hang drop. This one does not have a launch section, and a lot of the Gerstlauer Infinities have a combination of a launch and a vertical lift hill like this. I would love to make a recreation of Fahrenheit, Intamin at Hershey Park. And I know that was featured in TH Design's video a few days ago. I want to look into that a little bit more. It would be really cool to check out. So yeah, a little bit of food for thought. So, take your time, no rush, but I would look forward to seeing them. And if you want to share any progress on Discord or anything like that, you're welcome to. Well guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I gotta get ready for bed. Those of you around the world that might already be celebrating, have a happy and safe New Year. All the rest of you that are not yet, have a great December 31st. We'll see you all hopefully tomorrow. I do plan on streaming. Since I'm not going to Carowinds, I'm going to try to go probably over the weekend, the last day it's open. Yeah, hope you all have a great night or day wherever you are. And we'll pick back up. I need to load back into the tropical part for this, actually. Wait. Just a sec. Can I get into my... do I need to... Oh, it's in here. Okay. Oh, so I can still go in it and, you know, work on it on my own and stuff. I might actually pull this off the collab until I got people that are ready. But... Yep, so, okay, so that is how I can get in and continue doing stuff. It's good to know. Alright. Back over to the feature. Man, what a beautiful view. Just the little Woody and the big RMC. All the trees. This area is just so lush. It's been so well developed. Alright, folks. That's going to do it for tonight. Hope to see you all tomorrow. And if not, if you're going to be out celebrating, have a great time. Everybody be safe. Make smart decisions. Don't do anything stupid. But yeah, maybe we'll catch you all tomorrow, at least for a little bit. As always, take care, stay safe. T3 sucks. I couldn't resist. And we'll see ya.